Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome in to V1 Auto World in Tianjin. We are set then with practice coming up here in the second round of your Royal Drift Series, and we're in for a real treat under some sweltering sun here today, as the mercury has pretty much been trying to dip and touch 40 degrees Celsius out there overall. I'm Jake Sperry, here to bring you all of the coverage of what will be coming up, which of course includes tomorrow's qualifying and then Sunday's action in the tandems to say who can stand on song and go and get the almighty points needed. As we move forward, we've come from Shanghai Tianma, we've moved up to Tianjin, and we will note as well September, October, November, 3 in 3 months with Ningbo, Zhengzhou and Hangzhou as the final 3 rounds of the season. But Tianjin here at the V1 Auto World is going to be a wonderful place to go and see some very epic racing that will be coming up, some drifting that will pretty much set apart here a course of 2 halves, which we'll touch upon in just a little bit. But it's going to be one of these wonderful circuits that's going to be there as we get a little look here. 2018, this one opened, which was a Hermann Tilke design. We've got 4.3 kilometers, 19 turns then that is in on the full system as we look to push on forward. But as far as it goes, we've had a little chance to talk to some drivers earlier on.
高手，高选。我跟你讲，很多人没看过，我们来看它多漂亮，你看，完全看不出来。喂，安全帽戴起来了。
我要练习，但是好热。
Yeah, we're having a lot of fun in China. The team is working great. The car's doing good. So yeah, we're enjoying.
Очень крутой, мне очень нравится. Локация вообще бомба. Скоростной трек. Вот. Сейчас вот прикатываюсь к новому автомобилю. На первом этапе я был на Марк 2, сейчас на Супре еду.
第一个车手上去开，然后我觉得这个赛道可能我也是第一个在上面漂移的，然后感觉整个沥青的抓地非常非常的好。
他们的比赛让我们带去高速的赛道，我觉得是一种晋升，非常好。
赛道我就比较少开嘛，
对，
要适应一下，
是
抓地力啊、速度啊这些，可能要提前做一些动作来适应一下。
難易度は高いかなと思います。なんかまあ普通だと減速するとか加速するっていうのがいっぱいあるんだけど、ここのコースはずっと加速しっぱなしなコースなんで、ちょっと独特なリズムだから難しいなと思います。
把每个比赛的过程作为一种享受，路上比赛的过程的风景和发生的事情，这是最美好的。最终结果当然也重要，但是我觉得就是享受比赛。
我们中间这一段休赛期，我们去了一趟潍坊调车，把它调好了一点。然后刚刚第一节我上的时候开的还是 A90，然后这一节开的大皮鞋，我已经有了答案。
如果这些全世界顶尖的高手过来，那我们也是抱着学习的心态嘛，然后跟他们来一决高下试一下，从中如果他们有比较牛逼的地方，我们去学习。
Get a real understanding then of where drivers' mentalities lie. Of course, saying it's been very, very hot as they've tried to work through. Now, here's where your standings look after round 1. Maxime Grossman picking up the job over Sebastian Fontaine, Wang Qi and Zhang Xinqian in 4th position. You then have some big hitters there in 5th and 6th with Artyom Shabanov and Pavel Korpelinski, Yarko Yulha 7th, and then Shak Adiashvili in 8th. Matskevich Kirill then 9th ahead of Johnson Chen, and you'll see the points then start to add up together as you get those who are in only for top 16, the likes then of Xian Zhuan, Connor Shah, Jerry Zhu there, who couldn't quite get through, and then you've got the likes of Quan and Kaitak 15th and 16th. Echo Gao didn't have the car that she wanted for round 1. She's still stuck in the same car. She's 17th, Jason Yi 18th. And you start seeing the qualifying points become really important. Drivers like Von Kai Wei ahead of, like to say, Ken Chen, Kodai Sabagiri, Zhang Zhenhe, who had a very unfortunate double OMT that didn't go his way. And then you got to look over then Tong Ling and all the way down to the likes there of Sam, Zheng Wenxi, Li Jianghai, all the way down to Leonid Schneider, down in 32nd position after the opening round. He ran into his own teammate of Artyom Shabanov in terms of his running. But then on the other side, you've got those who couldn't quite get through in qualifying. So people like Carman Dong, for example, Lu Xiao, Dio Gan, who had a dramatic engine burst that said, look, I can't quite get this to work the way that I need to. So he very much found himself on the outside looking in for points. And then you got Lin Gaoyuan, former world number 2 table tennis player there, and the likes of Zheng Hao, who could not take to the start in round 1 due to an engine issue in practice. As far as the teams go, time up on top, currently over Raidan's 441 VW Updrift, Zero Mileage Lubricants third, then with Champion Speed Sports DRS Drifting Team fourth, Shanghai Apex Drift Team are not going to be running as a team, and then you got in 6th and 7th, 1087X and Marvi. Now, judges will have a lot of work to do over the course of the action that we have. 5 judges in all. Stepan Zemtsev, of course, online as the head judge. You then got Denis Denisov on angle, Stash Golgic on the commitment. You've then got Danila Vorobiev for fluidity, and jumping in, Vernon Svaneveld then is going to be your pace judge as he replaces Erasmo Rios for this round's worth of action. 5 judges then with 5 different criteria to go and work with. 100 points total is going to be where they step on out. And as it all lines up, Stepan Zemtsev's role is worth 50, Denis Denisov's is worth 20, and then you got Stas Dolgic on 10, as well as the likes of Svaneveld and co. And this is where they've got to try and get that all working. It is a very fast circuit to kick off with 3 big OZs, 1, 2, 3, all in a row, and then you head yourself down no-go alley because the inside touch and go gates are going to be interesting through 1, 2, and 3. Very tough to hold the transfer as you go through, and then you line up at TG4 to try and set. Now, in terms of how they're going to score in line, it's 3. If you hit the marks of Mark 1, Mark 3, and Mark 2 on your quote-unquote Adidas lines, that's 3 points that you get. So if you hit all of them through OZ1, you get 12 points. OZ2, 12 points. OZ3, as you're slowing down, 9 points, because that's a deceleration zone, which is making it very, very difficult to go in and hit TG1 and keep the requisite speed up. 5 points if you hit in TG1, in TG2, and in TG3, but TG4 only worth the 2 points available out there, as that will make up the 50 points that is there. Angle's going to be really key as well, holding that out with as much prowess as you can, just making sure that you are giving everything to say, look, I don't want a back entry and I don't want to be running into any troubles at all. Now, this will give you an understanding of the different zones here as put together through on Assetto Corsa. Absolutely wonderful to see as we slow it down and say, right, let's get ourselves up to speed, and these are the various areas. So you start yourself off then trying to get it to initiate in, and then you just slide with everything that you got available through OZ1 under the bridge and transfer the weight to make sure OZ2 hits its marks clean. And it's going to be about now getting that drive off the exit and saying, right, this is the toughest one, OZ3, because you've got to try and decel here. Make sure that you're taking that away, then you put the power back down and work then for these inside gates where you have to clip. 1, don't put a tyre over the no-go zone. That's -5 points if you do. That's 2. 2 wheels over, of course, is -10, and you don't get the TG clip. And so that there is 4, and that is how critical a run is going to be as they look to set themselves up around for this course. Now, they'll keep an eye on their fluidity as well. Now, here is where you're going to keep an eye out on some of the entry group lists that then are going to try and walk through. So you've got the likes of Zhang Zhenhe, for example, Lee Song Yang, who's going to want to go out there and make things happen. Urian Nilsson in for the first time then for Marvi Racing, picking up a rental ride, and we'll try and bolster Marvi up to 4. You got drivers like Sam Chen, for example, there, and Xian Jule, and starting, of course. So if they were at round 1, you got a gold crown. You don't if you have yourself then into position if you only see the gold crown at round 2. So people like Charlie Luo and Luca Liu and Gleb Melizov, brand new in. Dio Gan will definitely want more running. Kodai Sabagari, nice to see back. And then, of course, you've got Kai Tak Ho, Zhang Xin Chin, and Zhang Zhenhe, who are all there together. What a battle Zhang Xin Chin and Zhang Zhenhe had. But, of course, Kai Tak looking to try and just jump on over a little bit more, try and raise the bar and say, look, I can get a little bit more out of my runs when it's capable. You've also got the likes then of Huminger looking to try and go in the number 87, Leo Lee. And then, of course, you've got the darling in the Franks, Brian Chen, who has done always very, very well. Wang Qi is maybe the most underrated drifter in the entire competition. He always seems to find a way to get his Z4 up there and scoring. And then the two Lees, Li Chunghai and Li Songyang, both back for another go. Kevin Lan in the 606, going to be trying to get that car all on running. Then you've got some pretty big names, because you see the time-up drivers then of Artyom Shabanov, Leonid Schneider, and Matskovich Kirill, as that will set on up. Jason Yi, Liu Xiao, all there, all running and saying, right, I want to move on up. Liu Xiao wants to get into the top 32 and say, look, I want to start scoring some points. And there you can say Zhuai Quan looking to try and get something going in the number 88, as well as Yarko Yulha, who is always going to be a threat. This is Group E, where you've got Pavel Korpelinski here, Orion Nilsson, and again in position, Sebastian Fontaine. We'll keep an eye out on with the likes of Maxim Grossman, who and how is also new in for the first run of this season. So keep an eye out on them to say, look, this is what we can do. Ken Chen is then going to be into position, trying to improve, as well as Nick Lee, who will be running for Dortmund as a solo effort then out there. As we'll take a final look at Group F, where you see likes of Sam Chen, Tong Ling, Jerry Zhu, Echo Gao there for 1087X Drift Team, and Li Wenfeng will be in the number 1 car then as we look to set up as we go. But you keep an eye as well on the health group. Marco Liu as well for Champion Speed Sports DRS Drifting Team is going to be there as marked as far as we go on our entry list as we go on through. We're going to step aside though for just one moment here with the Royal Drift Series. Back with more practice after this.
Three, two, one, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦！其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。
追击也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！ 其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利赛道内线能不能顺利出完？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 Royal Drift Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is Royal。
好
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
Welcome back to V1 Auto World here in what is a brilliant Tianjin. A little look in then at a very beautiful car here as part of the Royal Drift Series. That is over, I believe, with one of the Nissan Skyline GTR 35s that normally gets run. It's Sam Chien's Nissan car that gets run. Jarkko Jule then getting set up then for things to go then for Gold Cause brand of the zero mileage lubricants team, as you'll sometimes get a couple of people just setting themselves up and ready to go out then onto circuit for this practice. So they run around the paddock into the secondary pit lane here because we do technically have 2 pit lanes to go through. It wraps all the way around what we would normally call turn 1 out there on track, and a little look at the fresh tyres that are available then for many a driver out there. The 111 then in position to go out there first, which is the Australian Mitch Lana, then based out of roughly Perth in Australia, and someone who very much wants to go out there and prove that he is all in from Bentley, the 30-year-old in his Nissan Silvia S15. Looking back there at then the 777 of Lu Xiao's BMW, which looked like it was very astute out there in practice, and looking to try and push on even further then with that E92 and say, look, let's get ourselves ready, and hey look, it's my car, let's go get in my car, shall we? Well, I'd very much be in those conditions, looking to jump into that ice bath, which has probably turned into a lukewarm water bath at this moment in time. So the man they call Thunder, Mitch Lana, true blue Aussie, he's going to kick us off into position then for this practice, and the first chance to see in anger what this circuit is going to be. Tapping on to say safe, it's going to be a tandem run then with Tom Ling in the number 92 out there, the GR86 that should be then looking to go and push. So let's get ourselves then a real sighter of how they initiate, because they initiate around the bend, which is a lot more of a unique showdown setting than what we have seen previously, which has been a flat start, but this is going to be an all-out start to running that we can see running in the WK Racing Technologies machinery that is out there, and is immediately followed behind by the 129 of Dio Gan, who waits on patiently with that M2 BMW that is there and getting set. Live look in at Zhongling there, the open window. No surprises in today's conditions. Temperatures in the cockpit can reach over 50 degrees if you're not careful. So that's going to make a huge difference here for these drivers who don't want to be dealing with too much. There is Zhongling out there, and we'll be running in actually the ZN6 with that 2JZ engine representing China, 650 brake horsepower then into position then. So we're just getting a little look then and understanding here what will be ran tomorrow in terms of qualifying set. They had a vote actually over in how they look to run qualifying. If they wanted to go for a Drift Masters style format, what we call a more European, a more Western format, where everyone does a run, then everyone does a second run. Instead, we're going to go exactly how we did earlier on this season at the opener in Shanghai Tianma, and say we're going to go in groups. So this is Zhongling looking to really get the afternoon session going. 2-2-2 and 1 only through OZ1. Little bit better there. Hits the threes a drink through OZ2 into OZ3. Lovely hold in terms of through the middle. Hits the gates, but having to fight so far back then through the transfer sections to hit ITG3 that it's gone over the no-go zone. Look, this is a much better OZ2 compared to an OZ1. Dropped the speed naturally, didn't grab at the handbrake, and so it felt really natural, that drop, but ultimately running out of position through into ITG3 will ultimately mean that were that to be a qualifying run, you would have seen 5 knocked off the score, plus 5 then for hitting the TG mark. So basically, you get 0 for that area that you traverse. So keep an eye on those no-go zones. They are going to make a whole world of difference as far as everybody's running is then concerned. So now into position, I believe will now be Mitch Lana, looking to put that into play, and just setting up behind there, Brian Chen, then looking to try and get on in. There is the 302 of Nick Lee there, who has moved away in terms of today's championship running from the zero mileage team. They ran, of course, with zero mileage in round 1. He is representing himself, or to be more specific, without being in the team's championship this year, Doremos then in front. So we'll be very much there. A little look then at how it will look then for run result. 42 out of 50 on the line, 20 out of 20 on the angle, 8.5, 10, and 9 would be 89.5 would be an understanding of what the points will look like and how they are going to mark, quote unquote, with what they have. Lovely look at that Royal Drift Series sticker there on the side of Mitch Lana's machine, who he said basically in one of his YouTube videos then moving forward that this is an all-in push from Mitch. He wants to be funded for the rest of the season to get himself to the rest of the rounds. This is his opportunity to smile and brandish the car with as many stickers as he can. It's a bright white machine out there, that Nissan Silvia S15. And so this will be a real need to go out and impress. Let's see what the 6-time Western Australia champion can do. And gets a nice bunch of 2s, and right on the line, having to correct though, in towards OZ3 and getting right up over the curb. A little bit too far wide for my liking, but very good through the TG zones. And that is what we would call accomplished and full of character there from Mitch Lana to start off his account for Friday afternoon's practice there. Getting Very nice, just a little over the line, one wheel dip, so that will be a -2. Were that to be a run out there in qualifying, a -2 to say, look, you've dipped a tyre out, you can't afford to dip any toes outside. It is the 10 toes down challenge, if it were the National Football League, then in American football terms. So I would look at that and say, very nice start. Look at how much oscillation there is, how much that front right is trying to lift up off the ground. Very tough to get a discerned contact patch. You're fighting up the hill as you go into OZ4. Into TG1 out of OZ3, sorry. And that really gives you the understanding of this isn't a pancake flat surface, but it is just enough of a gentle rise, a roller, so to speak, rather than, say, 2 runs of Alpe d'Huez, if this were the Tour de France, by example. So very much a rolling climb up as you go into the TG zones, and hope to try and drive on forward for it. Now, what we normally call this is the original circuit that was being run when this circuit was first built in 2018, which meant that the bottom half of the circuit a little bit further back then from that. That is what we would call a deconstructed race car at the moment. No tyres on it, but a lovely live look at what is underneath the hood there of that Toyota, which I have been reliably informed should not be running for Zhang Zhenqian, that Supra. He said, I'm looking for fluidity, and if I want to get fluidity on this circuit, I would much rather have the SLS Mercedes, and that brings a big smile to my face. Now, you get a look here at some of the covers that you see underneath, a live look at the working in-house suspension areas, then looking to try and hold, and all of the various parts, and often you get to look at all of that. There is the 918 of Charlie Luo, then for Marvi Racing. Marvi jumping up to 4 out there, and there's a lot of personality here with Charlie Luo. For example, if you looked at the dash very carefully, you might see the likes of Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob SquarePants, and Patrick Starr all there on the side. Drivers elect to have their own good luck charms out there, and well, if you want to go to Bikini Bottom, that's the one way that we see it there from Charlie Luo. So very nice to be seen, as we will go tandem running then with 2 from Shanghai Apex, Diogan and also Brian Chen, the darling in the Frank there. And look at that for our first tandem run. A big old gap, missed marks, very tough to follow. You can get lost in the smoke so easily. You go through the outer zones, or the inner TGs, I should say. Really create a difference, and look at that on the slow-mo. Hitting the line well. Brian Chen just maybe a little slow to commit. First run, you don't really know what the car's going to be running like, and Brian has been struggling with some water temperature issues in these adversely hot conditions here today in Tianjin, and so that does put a little bit of concern on how much am I willing to get close enough. And you know, I wouldn't want to risk it against a teammate. I'm pretty sure many people don't. You ask for a tandem to try and go together. Jarkko Jule is now going to take this opportunity to go forward. That is a knockdown cone going through OZ2. Oh, really have to grab the handbrake there at OZ3 to just lock it up and say, look, I'm going to try and go really disengaged quite well at R32. Some would say very unlucky to have only made top 8 over in Shanghai Tianma, but Jarkko Jule then putting down a very nice run despite the cone knocked off. Over then to 1087X, and the next run, which looks like Zhang Zhehe, is going to be out there and really looking to give it there. The eye that stares back and the green hair, that's the way you tell Mrs. OZ2. And it's going to need to now rush through OZ3, only just cooking the end of it, through the no-go, which is no good as far as you need to try and get a line out of. And we'll be certainly hoping for something better out of that. Let's take another look. OZ1 grabs the line quite nicely. OZ2, too early on initiation. Drift would have held absolutely perfectly if that were online, but critically not online, and then suffering on the deceleration. Zhang Zhenhe very handbrake happy to decelerate rather than letting the clutch do the work, and the judges are very, very clear when it comes to OZ3 in the deceleration zone. We don't want you constantly grabbing the handbrake. We don't want you putting yourself in a position where you're sailing on through the corner. We want you to hit your marks, and hit your marks traditionally in through that section. You are allowed to grab the handbrake. Don't keep grabbing to make it rotate is a lot of what we see out there. The 606 of Kevin Lan, then running in for the Zero Mileage Lubricants team. Sat ready at the front of this pit lane. You look down the order, there's so many amazing pieces of machinery, and one of three, and you didn't hear that as a typo, three of the Supras out there for time up. This is Matskovich Kirill up against series debutant and another Russian and a Russian driver. Matskovich Kirill representing Belarus there, and nothing really on the drift offered by Gleb Melizov by way of St. Petersburg, 25 years of age in that E92, and not necessarily getting that one to all play ball there on that attempt. So it's going to probably need a little bit more, probably going to need to find a lot better there out of it. Just decided to run inside line, just get a sense of where Matskovich Kirill was maybe going. Really offering anything there of lateral movement to really kick it sideways, and so the lack of commitment I think showing, just getting a sighter down I would say at this early stage of practice, not needing to go full ham to go and make something like that happen. Look at that, lovely amounts of smoke there pouring out of the back and showing, right, we can get all sorts of line and length poise set up there in that lovely yellow and black time up livery. It says all you need to know about just how great of a livery that is out there. There's no real case of, okay, there's going to be nothing for me. There's going to be a lot out there for many drivers who say, right, I want to try and get things sorted. How many Supras? Well, there's a lot actually that go on through. Got a couple GT86s. So Zhang Senchen would normally be running his Supra, but has elected against. And so when you're looking down the Supra list here, as we follow with that number 92, getting ready to burn down and get some heat into the tyres out there. Maxim Grossman in a Supra, and then you've got the likes then of Artyom Shabanov and Matskovich Kirill, which means three out there because we've got quite a few GT86s, Corvettes, we've got a couple of Corvettes there, and then you got Nick Lee in his BMW F87 out there, and we'll be really trying to run. For those who don't understand what you mean by an F87, it's a BMW M2, and that did not launch, and that is going to be problematic. Now, the good news for Nick Lee, if his car doesn't go, is he has another F87 there, or a BMW M2 he can go back to. False start. Let's try that again then, Nick. Couldn't quite get it in gear. Right, let's stop it, Nick. Stop. Now you got the chance to go for that one again because you got all the wheel spin. You didn't really kick off then in practice. So we'll have to go and make a very, very good run through. So we'll be keeping a very close eye as far as it's now set and say, right, let's give ourselves a lot to go forward and say, practice on. Very quick circuit in the sense that you've got to get there. It's a tale of two, so it's fast to begin with, and you're always fighting to get back to the door. Very tough to get to the door as you go through the inside TGs, touch and goes, and so you're almost having to chase tail. It makes life very tough then if you don't quite get there. Little look then in on the door sticker. Nick Lee gearing it up a little bit better this time, and much more precise as we now work into OZ1. Threes all the way. Now, can you get it over the other side? Three. Oh, just straightened up there through the middle. Couldn't quite carry how it needed to. Lovely traverse through OZ3, but that's a tyre dip then going over ITG1. ITG3 and TG4 find themselves complete. Nice stuff there from Nick Lee. definitely a candidate who should be moving his way through into top 32. Definitely has got eyes on top 8 as a marker, I would say, for him. But just jumping through there, the line, holding it, using that natural nature of let's get it wider to slow it down rather than let's just go trigger happy on the handbrake. And really, I think this is a run of experience that we see, and it might be the sort of circuit where experience does pay off out there. And as far as our weather forecast goes, it is going to be really interesting how this competition will line itself up. It's not going to be as hot tomorrow, but it's still going to be pretty darn hot for qualifying and Super Top 4. And then there is a very, very potent threat of rain on Sunday. So that might influence a complete change to all the practice that they're doing now when they have to completely change the spec and carry through with potentially some wet water running, which won't necessarily be ideal. Now, gold banner for Maxim Grossman, indicating winner of the opening round of the championship, and looking to get a brand new car going with that Supra and trying to line it up. This, of course, with the BMW, look how tough it is to try and hold the angle being driven through by Maxim Grossman, looking really, really strong on that attempt, and not really much that Liu Xiao could do to remain somewhat close. Maxim Grossman just went and said, right, eat my dust, come catch me up if you actually want to have a tandem. And ultimately, just trying to get as much of that sorted. Liu Xiao really having to work to get a big, heavy transition, then lots of spin on the wheel there, the steering wheel, to get it to just bite back the other way. Very easy to lose all of that energy by how much angle you put in at the first part to go and gather it back at the second. They've got those modified steering racks that allow for the big differences in terms of line there that you see, and how much you can look at. Okay, I'm going to rotate my wheel to almost 90 degrees, and you can see it there, just a little oscillation there of the steering wheel to indicate that, okay, I had to make a deviation and a correction. Beautiful livery, isn't it, there for Brian Chen. I always going to be smiling about when we see this then, as far as it goes, and I will be very much intent on keeping a very close eye on what Brian can do. He's going to go now and work the reverse here with Dio Gan, and is going to be saying, right, my turn to lead, your turn to chase. So it's going to initiate into OZ1, and it's 2 over the line there from Dio Gan, who then has to spend a lot of work at OZ2, getting that one very, very narrow. You don't want to get that close to your teammate there, otherwise you're going to see me start making moving on through there. That was close, and with a capital C. As far as they were looking to push on through, you can see just how sometimes it can be a bit disjunct as they work through. That's not really what you look at there from Dio. Look at that. Right in the smoke, needing to transfer, and you have to leave room to transfer, and because it's so quick, bang, 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 it's very easy to lose the ground through the TG zones there of 2, 3, and into 4. It's very, very difficult here, this run, and we'll keep a very close eye on that. But as far as we are looking out there, Charlie Luo is just going to have to drive on through here. Not really anything offered then in terms of a drift, so maybe just trying to take a side from the circuit. Not going to really attack this one in anger, maybe even something of a part wrong there, but it just looks like it's coasting rather than it's attempting. And sometimes, okay, gave it a little go out there to say, right, that's my sighter. So, Jarkko Jule on the chase of the number 46. Now this gives me a big joy to say out there, the number 46, Mika Keski-Korpi, then taking that. This is only a handful of days he has spent in that BMW that he's out there running, and he has got grips to it so quickly, and he is going to be a threat. The more time he gets in the car, the more he understands it. Pinning it to the line, Jarkko Jule struggling to maintain, keeping it at about a chevron away the entire run around. We take a look at that then through OZ2 and into OZ3 here at this wonderful V1 Auto World circuit here in Tianjin. Really getting the sense here of our super slow-mos that we have available, and look at how much rubber just gets pulled off and pops off of the back of the tyres. Mika saying that my tyres are good for 1.5 runs each time I use a set, so it definitely does make a lot of difference as far as they all now look to set up. So we move back to the silver BMW E92 of Gleb Melizov then, who will be looking to try and charge through on this run and say, I would quite like to. So this is a car where the coupe version broke ground in July 2006. It was a year after the initial E90 sedan, and this is the last coupe to be part of the 3 Series. Ooh, that's a lot of angle, but not a lot of travel in a straight line. So couldn't quite hold the lane. It's a lot better though. In through 3 into into TG1. Really loved that. That was very, very nice. And so I'd be keeping maybe more of that as far as they go, but you worry if you grip it up far too early through that section that might be a gear ratio issue that you would look at, that, okay, I can't hold the gear that I want through the very fast section. I might need to raise that up so I've got a good chance of doing so. But lovely stuff there through the technicals, and this is what we keep keeping an eye out on here. We want to try and continue to pull with everything that we possibly have and say, okay, I want to move my runs faster. I want them more precise. I want bigger angle. You want all of those things together. Well, you can only work at one at a time. So once you get there, you're going to get that chance then to say, right, I'm quite happy with where I am. Tong Ling waiting there, the number 92. Now, he was running in a Minions car out there, a Nissan Safiro at the opening round. ZN6 going to go then by comparison. And it makes a little bit of a difference. You can see very much a shorter wheelbase that you, well, the Nissan Safiro does have a short wheelbase, but this plays different. And you'll see Tong Ling being maybe a little bit happier with the car that is being run here than maybe that Safiro that struggled to get progress in. Oh, 2 codes go flying, and that will be very much a sight for sore eyes. Then working over into ITG2, ITG3 tyre dip with a -5. And Tong Ling then having a good old look as far as that one was set and surface, as they have one of the most coolest things ever. You go underneath what is the VIP and spotters building out there at this Tianjin circuit, this V1 Auto World. And so you look at how you're going to try and dress it up here at V1, and you say, well, how much am I going to get this lined up in for a perfect run? Tong Ling will look at that and go, yeah, that was decent, but over the marks at OZ2, maybe just trying to give it a bit too much. The cones went flying, and the marshals will have to take time putting them back up again, as they will use as a visual reference marker for where the zones are if you don't see them directly in front of you. That's why the cones are there, and it's a visual aid as much as anything. Lu Xiao then back around, GoPro on the top, to say, look, I want to film this one. I want to see this nice on my socials out there, and some wonderful wonderful metrics that we hit actually over our socials. We hit over 2.1 million views across all platforms from the opening round, which was absolutely incredible to see. And Lu Xiao putting down a very nice run, actually. You can see the look of this one here. It's just about holding the line and saying, I can keep the pace up. They're going upwards of 130 kilometers an hour, some of these drivers, some of these drifters are, into the decel zone. So you've really got to carry that pace. You can see the upturned bonnets that are there. It's very tough to get engine cooling into the likes of a VR38 there, or most people in this competition, a 2JZ engine. So you try and get as much air in as you can. That's why it's a crumpled style bonnet rather than is traditionally flat, especially in these hot conditions. I would certainly see that to be the case. On you go, Brian. The darling in the Franks, looking to try and get as much out of this as possible. Just slightly dipping the tyre over there on the line into OZ3. And again, just overcooking it, completely misses. ITG1, 2 and 3 look good, and TG4 doesn't quite get there. Just a case of a run that looked great to start, but just slowly saw a mistake, and suddenly by the end of it, it's Captain Crunch's oops, all mistakes, and it's you hit every branch on the mistake tree going down. Look at that, very wide, trying to push on forward and saying, okay, what more can I do? I am trying to just assess my situation, as there is the 812 of Gleb Melazov, then trying to get some big old angle on in, saying, okay, maybe not quite where it needs to be, but every run is an understanding of, okay, are the tyres playing the way I want to? Am I dealing with an engine that's slightly hotter? Maybe, for example, isn't producing the same output as I would necessarily want on the dyno test. Has the track rubbered up a little bit more so I can push? It's a little bit grippier there. You can see all the runs that have gone down Thursday and Friday here, and it just continues to be something that we keep very close focus on, is the grip level, how much they have to just chuck the tyres in on it. Dog walking to egg frying ratio, we're very much in the egg fry today as far as how hot it is. Now, look at this for a lovely Corvette here. This is the Crown Champion Speed Sports team. Vanchi in the BMW Z4, then looking to really go out there and show I am all of that and then some. Very low. Then in on over the line, then for Marco Liu in that Corvette C7. And that C7 then very, very long in terms of its profile and design. First ever Corvette, the C7, by the way, to have the flag logo, the current logo of Corvette. So you can see just nothing given through the smoke into OZ2. Very much low, couldn't grip, didn't have the pace. Suddenly Vanchi able to pull out a half a second or so and say, right, you try and catch my dust in this next attempt forward. But more tandeming then, looking to go, and maybe our first chance to look over at Rydans then as they sit. We'll keep an eye out then on the runs that they have then into position, and for the moment we'll keep a very close eye on things as we progress. This is much of a technical demo of what we'll be dealing with over the course of action tomorrow and then into Sunday. You can see the long line ready to get out there. Mitch Lana then on the left-hand side, trying to get his Nissan Silvia S15 ready with one of the Rydans cars there on the right. By the looks of things, it's the 76, which would be the driver who is currently second in the championship in Sebastian Fontaine, who did wonders in the BMW. Then it wasn't his own that he wasn't going to run in round one. Fought his way through, defeated Artyom Shabanov, and now has gone, oh, I actually prefer this one. And there is Sebastian Fontaine. 700 brake horsepower from the 2JZ E46 there. Comes from the Netherlands, and he is a giant out there of drifting, mainly because he towers even over me at 6'2". Fontaine then with Mitch Lana. Let's see how they go on a tandem attempt then. Fontaine pinning it to the white line, feeling quite happy. Lana giving a good old follow to OZ2. OZ3, the difference maker, slightly forward, trying to hold the line, gets right up in the grill. That's what you love to see out there on the run. He was right up, giving just enough room. That is a really nice chase, and this is one of these circuits where it is lovely to drift on your own. So tandem is a challenge. and we'll see a lot of drivers trying to work out how do I get there on the tandem. So still with Gap, looks to get right back up to the door, does so. Fighting hard again, leaves enough room for the transfer, but then fighting always at the end through the inside gate 3 into touch and go 4, hoping that you can get enough to clear on that line. And ultimately, not much that can be done. More drifting coming up here for you, ladies and gentlemen, but for the next couple of drifts, why don't you just take a listen in to the sounds and sights of what Tianjin has to offer here at V1 Auto World, and what amazing running there is that RX-7 of Jerry Jule in the number 11. They line themselves up and give themselves a really nice opportunity to say, okay, get the leaf blowers out on them here today and give everything that they can in terms of what they are running. So I'm sure we're going to be setting ourselves up with some very, very nice competition as they go through. The 78 there, just holding on and waiting before pulling on forward as well. That is Kodai Sabagiri, who is there looking to run, has had a lot of experience over in D1. There, 6 years of experience with the best result finish of a 4th place in terms of some of the competition that he has been able to do over there. So, Charlie Luo waiting for another opportunity to go through. Then you've got the 85 of Li Jianghai looking to try and get some movement on that S15 Sylvia that wants to start really finding a little bit of consistency. The power output not necessarily there, so it's going to be a little bit tougher, I think, for Li Jianghai to really go and get everything that is wanted. Jerry pulling over to the right-hand side, and a live look then at the rear of Maxim Grossman's brand new piece of machinery. Look at the level of cooling it's got there in the back, and you really have to try and find every way possible to get that all sorted. Engine in the back, trying to get on in. Marshals have done their job. That is a tow truck that is out there trying to go, and you'll see a lot of this. Ooh, that doesn't look very, very nice, does it there? That's just had to be picked up. So, that's going to be why we've got a bit of a hold out there. And the last thing that these drivers want is any form of hold up because of the absolutely insane heat conditions out there for everybody to try and get forward with. So I think, you know, you'll be trying to just worry about, okay, ooh, that would be why. And that is a not very happy Mitch Lana there on the left-hand side on the tyres, as they are going to be pulling that up then as we go through. We'll take a break. We'll be back with you in a little bit more for some more drift action.
Three, two, one, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。
蹦蹦！
其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。
这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利赛道的内线能不能顺利出完？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 Wild Joke Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is Wild。
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
So, Mitch Lana cleared up then from the zone, and there is a live look over at Mitch Lana's machinery then as it sits on the flatbed looking to get put back onto terra firma. Oh dear, that's going to be a long one potentially for the crews who will not want to be working in this heat and definitely will not want to do an all-nighter if potentially possible out there to clear. Tongling getting back out then for, or the teammate quote-unquote of Mitch Lana here today, looking to try and get that all sorted. But let's get ourselves going as we now set on with more. The 78 of Kodai Sabagari, a massive amount of run. The initiation nowhere near close then by comparison for Dio Gan, who is going to have to really work hard to get back. He's done well actually to get that one to remotely close, but Kodai giving enough angle and pace to say I'm going to run away with that lovely stuff. That's going to be my catchphrase, I think, lovely stuff, or lovely, as far as it goes, because there's a lot of lovely drifting that has been going about. Look at the mark. Okay, it's low from Dio, but he's got to try and gain the time back, and so he does well to go and gain that time, and I'd say he is going to be very, very happy out there with what he's been able to do with that and go, I want a little bit more. I want more out of it. There's stuff on the table to say I can go quicker. Kodai we know is quick. We know he can get anything wheeled around, and he is doing a very nice job with that ride and 441 BW updrift. Now Nick Lee is going to chase Tom Ling about. And look at that here for Nick Lee as he wants to try and really go and navigate through with every amount of prowess, but it's not worked out because he's flattened out and just decided I'm not going to deal with too much more of it, then working through. Tom Ling clears away. We'll take another look. So initiates quite nicely here from the drone shot as there is the spotter's tower that they got to work under. Very much a case of I pulled myself into play and I've got nothing there. So drive disappearing by the looks of things halfway through as that all now looks to line up then for Nick Lee to say, I really didn't want it to do that, but ultimately it has. And hopefully there'll be a lot more to come from Nick Lee, who knows all too well just how good everything can be when it sets up. Now, here's a guy who I didn't expect to be here at round 2. He said, look, I'm going to have to give all my parts to everyone else in terms of how I set, but because of work commitment, but magically, it's home race. He's found a way. Oh, we're going to get some height lift off here. As it looks like Mitch Lana, hopefully there isn't a massive puddle underneath it, still dripping out, or something of that ilk. That would be a huge disaster there if something's blown in that capacity. Zhang Zhenhe going to pull on to the side then on the right as they're going to get some tandem running. It's so important in competition that you find people in practice to go and work with. Zhang Zhenhe then is going to be on the lead. The chase from Jason Yi. Absolutely kicking it out. Very early transfer, too early in my view. That transfer's got to be a bit more patient. Grabs that handbrake he loves to do. Jason Yi, very much like a swan the way he drifts. His hands do all of the work on the top, but his feet are paddling about heavily on the bottom as he looks to go through. It can be graceful, and you know, Jason's got a very unique style of driving, and I love it. I absolutely love it. So he follows the line very well. He did actually qualify very well, actually, in Chiangmai, did Jason Yi. He was very, very consistent in terms of how he was looking to score his points. Scored 91 out of 100 then, which is good enough to get him some good points. Look at that for a lovely bit of slow-mo work there. Just a little too early on the transfer, I think. Zhang Zhenhe just has to give it a little bit more time. Don't let himself be rushed on his drift, as Jason Yi was very much doing, trying to rush him into OZ2. Very easy to make mistakes when you've got a short margin error. Look how much wheel hop there is going from Zhang Zhenhe. He's really having there, or he was really having to fight and say, look, can I actually have some grip on my front right tyre? Very nice to see a 1087X car. 1087X, a very nice drink, because I've just been given a can in front of me, and it's not a sponsorship. It's just sometimes when you see some nice people around, how they go. So, once more, it's a case of Brian Chen and Dio Gan going out there and drifting it about for it, and I would say, ooh, you got to open it up a little bit more than that as it goes on by, and I look at Brian Chen, he's really having to fight. Car's not transferring any form of snappiness out there. It's a slow, laborious transfer then going through. That makes life a little bit tougher. Jarkko Jilha and I believe Mika Keskikorpi once again going out there on three. That was straightening out very quick there for Mika. And then into OZ3, ITG1, ITG2. ITG3 getting right back there. Lovely. Oh yes, Mika. That's what we like to see. Fight your way back onto the door handle. And so long as you can get a hand on the door handle, they ain't gonna run away from you. It's dog on leash stuff. See the gap there, you're really trying to do everything, and that's what we're gonna see. The best drivers are gonna get right back up to the door, close up with almost a James Dean-like level of how much aggressiveness you need to start closing on the mark. So nice stuff there. Jarkko Jilha proving that he's got everything that he wants to there. Look at it. Tyre in the air as well. Sits so much back on that rear left tyre. You have no idea on this clockwise circuit just how much work has to be done to get yourself set up then for the run that you want. And speaking of those who want their runs, here's another couple that want to go from 0 mileage. Lovely live look. We'll take a look here into OZ2. Coming up left corner. Bang, bang. And then over towards OZ3. Lovely view over towards the, I believe, north side of the circuit there as they go through. It's actually a semi-permanent street circuit. The elements down that are run of the expansion that was done to this place as part of its development back in late 2019 as it worked on through. So there was a real sense of, well, what is this circuit? It's now called the E-circuit because it's in the shape of an E. And you've got a lovely left hairpin, right, very, very Shanghai International Raceway-esque. I know they've got Formula E going on this weekend out there in Shanghai, but very, very much that similar sort of design. It's just truncated down on a slightly shorter form. But honestly, this is a circuit that does very, very well as we go and get and so everything I'm sure we have seen has been pretty nice. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more drifting here as we get ourselves set more Veng Chi going to go out there with Lee Jung-hai. Well, haven't we seen some lovely sights over the last 5-10 minutes or so as practice continues on in earnest here in Shanghai, Tianjin. My commentary box position is on the complete other side of the circuit, next to the the finish line of the actual circuit that we have going on. So I have no sight out of my window of what's going on. Jarkko and Mika back out there again. Jarkko on lead. Mika trying to get as much help there on the chase as possible. Lovely amount of smoke there through OZ2. Working now through the ITGs. And away. Lovely stuff there on the camera angles, but just as you get a look at what makes drifting so fun, you've got to find your way into nowhere to transfer. And Mika Keski-Korpi there just gets a little bit pulled out in the smoke of that R32 Skyline and realizes, oh wait, I've gone a bit too early here, and then just doesn't have anything to come back with. So that's a run that we chalk up to experience, and we'll have to go at it again another time. They just can't get any angle on it, just gone far too early, can't commit the handbrake to the grip, otherwise you're just going to lose all that momentum for the next part. R32 Skylines, Godzilla machines, just all conquering in the 90s in terms of getting everything that you want out of some brilliant motoring. So, you're going to be seeing a lot of cool running and amazing action. There is Li Changhai just running through the garages there. And very much a case of you turn up to the main gate and all the pits are there already for you. And there'll be crowds lining to try and get themselves in. And they will be looking at this going, okay, where do you want to be? Jarkko straight back down for another go with Mika Keski-Korpi. 0 mileage lubricants then, very happy. And you can see the drivers driving down that pit lane with the door open, just desperate to get any form of cooling into the car before they go again. Some of the drivers were joking actually just before they went and said, right, we're going to go for our runs out there. It's just a matter of survival. With how hot it gets. And look, smoke already pouring out there of things there. It's a little bit hot under the collar for Mika Keski-Korpi. And immediately pulls off and now is going to have a chance to run at lead. And he's going to try and really... Oh, Jarkko! Oh, give it some and more, buddy! Mika Keski-Korpi pulling off a bit of a line gap then. And Jarkko, oh, he's going to come into the side of him. Goodness gracious me, just over-committing to try and get there. A little too zealous, lads. I get it, you both finish. I get it that you're both good friends. You're inseparable at the hip today. But you don't need to be that inseparable at the hip. Look at this, just trying to get it slow. Boink. Not much you can do about that. It's a glancing blow, nothing else. Side on to side on, rather than a head on to side on. Boink. Oh, they do make it with stern stuff, don't they, that BMW? They do make it of sterner stuff. Li Changhai, next up for a solo attempt by the looks of things there. And we'll be looking to set up that Silvia S15. Absolute quintessential drift. An S15. Wang Chi sitting back there in that Z4 directly behind and saying, okay, more turn. Oh, yeah, I like that. Give it some beans going through to the initiation. That's what you're looking for, Li Tianghai. A lot better there on the marks. Maybe he's fiddled about with the gear ratios. Shallow, though, trying to get that rotation in. Fighting and turning early, forces no angle really for Wang Chi to really give anything on that run playing chase. So if the door closes that early, you know, you're fighting hard basically to transfer back round early at the transfer zone 3 and transfer zone 4. So it is very, very tough, this run, to be a chaser. Because you can't carry too much speed or otherwise you'll Jarkko yourself in. Look, trying to get to the door, you have to back out of it because the door's slamming shut, and then suddenly you got to find a way to keep the pace up. Good luck. It's a very, very tough run. Very closed end to the lap. And this is why we call this drift A Tale of Two Cities. This is a Charles Dickens novel of the racetrack and a Charles Dickens novel of a drifting tandem competition, because you've got to make sure that your part one is all nice and buttery and fine. Part two, completely different tale. And very much, I would be keeping an eye on Bunchy, who I think can't be an underdog any longer. I think he is very much now one of the main dogs to go out there and try and beat. Supra play Supra, Matskovich Kirill and Maxim Grossman are going to go together and give themselves all of the what for. A nice look over with the green flag that is there sat and ready, and even the towel there over some of the marshals that are down there getting ready with the starter's gun, well, starter's flag I should say, to get ready, trying to keep any way possible to get cool. We were going to be dressed in black for this one. We were told, no, you're going to dress in white. There we go. Another little pull away then from the wonderful, wonderful Corvette C7 of Marco Liu. And we see that from Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team. They are not afraid to pull drivers in. They had Shalva Diashvili for the opening round. And there is the number 88 of Shuei Kwan, who is looking to try and get on in with some running in soon. We'll hung up on the dash there, just to say, look, I'm not going to be running that any time. You can see already some of the marks there on the fender. Not really showing too much more, except I've maybe had a couple of things and scrapes. So we get a lot more looking to try and pull themselves out and go, okay, let's give ourselves some partners to go and battle with. And actually, Kwan looking at that Corvette trying to go, as there goes Gleb, looking to try and charge on. Gleb Meluzov, nice there through OZ1, OZ2, hits the marks of Dream, OZ3, go on, 3 for 3, why don't we? Why don't we? Oh, just fought that back for ITG1. ITG2 would have lost all the pace, but line would have been great, angle would have been great as well. I think you're getting quite a lot of joy out of this, ladies and gentlemen, and this is what we like in terms of where they all go and battle and say, I want to find a friend to go out there with, and Maxim and Matskovich are going to go back again. The gold marking on the banner indicating that, oh yeah, I am who I say I am, and I am the championship leader into round two. Matskovich Kirill on the left-hand side, Maxim Grossman on the right, and engaging so quickly there in through OZ1. Look at the way that Kirill pulls back at OZ2, struggling maybe for angle here into OZ3, straightens out slightly with a correction, and then Maxim Grossman just hits his marks, drives it well off the exit, pulling so much smoke out of those tyres. And really saying here, ladies and gentlemen, that there is some lovely action that we are having here at the Royal Drift Series here in practice. And this is what it's all about. Fine-tuning, getting themselves ready to try and qualify. Take 45 drivers, knock 13 out, turn it to 32, and be in position then for Sunday, which will soon be on upon them. With a lot to go and think about. Let's do a little bit more of the sights and sounds around here with this. So I'll be back in a couple more moments here with Royal Drift Series, here from V1 Auto World in Tianjin. they're going to abandon. Welcome back. Oh, that was not nice. Get yourself in a position where I think both drivers there recognise. I think it's a lot better if we just stop there and not do anything silly, and let's not damage both of our cars, and let's not give our mechanics a headache. That was very wise from the pair of them as they go. And just getting out of the overalls there ever so slightly, I believe would have been that driver sitting in over at Champion Speed Sports, which would have been Marco Liu. Lots of experience for Marco Liu, as he's been putting in lots of hard work to get himself ready. 42 years of age, 1200 brake horsepower with a VR38 DET engine. Absolutely epic to see. There is Li Tianghai, his teammate for this one from Xiamen. 41 years of age, Nissan Silvia S15. Just about making its way there through OZ4, or TG4 I should say. That is all the wheels off. You'd zero out on that one. You call that a naught. A balk, all runners advance. Don't get anything for all tyres out, unfortunately, except a goose egg and back to work. So, never quite what the doctor would have ordered. But a good recovery there. Look how much marble discard there is on the outside of those zones. These two Finns back at it again. Mika Keski-Korpi, Jarkko Jule. And Jarkko hoping that this time he doesn't bounce off the door of Mika Keski-Korpi and is a lot more poised, trying to get in. Oh, had to really back out of it there through at ITG2 and ITG3. Leave as much room as you dare on the transfer. Tries to get in, but Mika has been very good on the top speed trap, getting 130 clicks. And look at this. Oh, it's all the angle. Then you've got to really wait for that transfer, and it will sacrifice TG4, and gap will ultimately open there. And very, very difficult to try and find a line that works. There is going to be a line that works because Wally system is in play. Wally, of course, being the way that you can get a little bit more information out there compared to maybe just looking at it with your eyes and ears. Here's Jerry Jule looking to go for it then, the number 11. Back in that lovely Beamer, and look at the gap that's being pulled here over Diogan, who really overcommits trying to stay with and is just going to get absolutely left for lunch money there behind. Jerry, I think, does a lot better in this than the RX-7 that he has to pilot the FD3S. It's the lightest car, the FD3S. I think it suits a certain style of driver. I think Jerry does suit that BMW though. The way he gets consistent runs out of it. Jerry, I think you've got a sweet spot there, darling. I think you're going to need to try and find more out of it. That is a Corvette being pushed. I would assume fuel, maybe tyres, and that is a long way to push if you are trying to get it fueled up at, oh, I don't know, 38, 39 degree, nearly 40 degree temperatures. 6:06 now, ready to put into position. This is Kevin Lan. Oh, it's a little bit over. Just about fights it back. Says, go on, I'll give it some. BMW M2, got the 0 mileage colours on it, but not representing 0 mileage on the team's game for this round. So Kevin Lan basically saying, I need as stable a connection as possible. Call that 2, that'd be -10. And then you just got to clip them. You don't actually, it doesn't matter if it's a little or a lot. If you clip it, you clip it. It's a gate. So that's why you can clip it rather than a zone where you have to absolutely go through from start to finish, and you will get marked on that. A gate you just clip. So Kevin Lan pushing maybe a bit too much there at OZ3. And now I would be saying, good job, need to find maybe a little bit more. Nick Lee, Doremont, giving it the Watt 4 through OZ1. Giving it the Watt 4 at OZ2. Too much Watt 4 at OZ3. Oh, and gets out in the marbles. No way you're getting that one back if you're out there. But so good up until that point, and that's actually going to be something where they're going to have to get the sweeping brushes out, I'd argue, after this practice session completes. And allow room at qualifying, because look, you're stuck out there. Oh, it's like watching Jerry tease Tom. Tom runs on the carpet and eventually gets a face full of broom or whatever it's going to be that Tomcat ends up doing with Nick Lee. Like a Yorkshire Terrier on lino. Oh dear me. Lovely tandem again. Diogan now taking lead. Jerry Jule following on in the footsteps at this point in time. 44 years of age in the E92. Oh, Dio. Give it a bit of angle, son. This is ITG3. But Dio 35. Very much happy with his sponsorships and deals that he has. Very well integrated in with KW, who are apparently made for winners, as I can see from my sponsorship outside my window. Dio really giving it a test of the suspension there, saying, am I going to get that back? Doesn't that just look lovely though, ladies and gentlemen? That number 66 of Marco Liu's. Looks an absolute dream, that Corvette. I would love to have that C7. I would love it. Very much a car that says it does things differently. And look at the way that's mounted there. That VR38 jet engine comes out of a Nissan Skyline. And it is just absolutely awesome to see the work that is done. It is one of those engines that makes you go, oh, I do like that engine. Out there, it's got those plasma spray bores that replace the traditional iron cylinder sleeves that you have. It reduces weight and friction during the heat transfer if you do that. And really, it's all about those robust internals and that closed deck design that makes it such a unique engine to go out there and run. Very expensive to rebuild, though, if you do pop one, so don't pop one. Ooh, lovely, nice. Get the final one in sorted. Yes, that's what I want to see. Boogie on with that. Very, very nice in terms of that as we take a little replay of the run. You're just trying to kick as much sideways as you can. Carry the speed, transfer it well. You want to be very much flowing through this section. That's what you see. It's all about flow, and then you're just trying to fight it back, and you keep the flow and the rhythm, and you can keep going and going and going and going and going. Kevin Lamb, very nice on that attempt. And I would be looking at that going, yeah, I've got to try and pull one of those through 2 runs on my Saturday. And so I'd be keeping a very, very close eye on who's consistently being able to say, okay, this is what I want. This is where I set. That E92 in play. Lee Chung-hai back at it again with Wang Chi finishing off the run. Wang just clipping there into the no-go zone. Silver rims on the front, bronze rims on the back, and that's not bronze rims because he finished 3rd at the season opener. That is the style that is there and ready. And now 88, Shui Quan getting ready to put some practice time in on the board. Give it another good strong go. And basically find what's needed. Ambulance there waiting, tow truck waiting. And you'll notice a couple letters there on the side if you ever see the writing there. And it will be things like A class, O. That would be your indication of blood type, because save the worst, you do get involved in a nasty incident where you need a blood transfusion immediately. any medical professional who gets on the scene will know exactly what type of blood to give you, so it doesn't cause blood poisoning or any reaction like that. Nice stuff from Shui Quan. One tyre slightly dipped out there. That would be -2, 3, 3, 3. Oh, hello, jackpot. And then again, 2 tyres that time. That would have been -10, so it would be -12 on the line points. Take a look there. Nice stuff. Really getting it to sing through OZ2. Right in front of the cherry picker is OZ3. That's where the judges will be in their tower. And they are using this time as well. Try and give as much information to the drivers as possible. This is a way that you can improve. It's a learning resource for everybody out there. Go have a look, go have a watch, go Sailor, I'm part of this. Kevin Land giving it the what for. Very happy with that attempt there. I would be very, very happy with that. From Qingda in China, 35 years of age, 800 brake horsepower, theoretically out of that 2JZ. And they are leaving marks down. Okay, tyre was in the OZ. No go. That certainly doesn't help. Nick Lee drifting out there with, by the looks of things there, quite smooth. But we'll have definitely had a nice run of things. We get more different drivers out there looking to push for what they have. So, backup car by the looks of things here for Mitch Lana. So that's going to be him jumping into the one that was on the back of the tow truck earlier on today. So very much a case of, right, I've got to get some time in out there, and even if it's in a different car, I can understand what's going on. So Mitch is going to get back out and say he's going to have a different sort of appeal to what needs to go, and hopefully that is not a very, very expensive repair bill that he's now had to go and look at there for his team. Definitely wouldn't want that. Gleb going to go off next. And a case of let's send them off as much as we can together. Dio Gan waiting on the left-hand side and Quan on the right. A look down to Rydans, and you see that number 76 of Sebastian Fontaine there getting ready. The Dutchman wanting a sense of where he wants to potentially be next. No real look out or worry there as they say, right, let's go for it. Let's have a look. Are we happy? Are we not? Lovely picture-in-picture here with this side-by-side. Oh, that's a mile out there for Dio Gan into the marbles. Lu Xiao getting ready for another go-around. And some drivers will take time. Won't initially want to jump back in, won't initially in this heat, because we are in the middle of the sun at this moment, and it is sweltering right now as we near 3 o'clock. Anything after 3 should, in theory, start cooling. Lu Xiao on the lead. I believe it's Kodai Sabagari on the chase. Look at this, kick it on through, get some good run. It is the 78 of Kodai Sabagari. Very low to start, late on the initiation with the angle, which makes it very tough for Kodai to know what to do at OZ2. Has to try and fight back for the door at OZ3, but Lu Xiao, if he holds the pace the way he wants to, he can be a menace right now in his BMW. So I wouldn't count him out, didn't score points in the opener at Tianjin. So we'll be looking here at V1 and going, what bar am I? And the answer is, well, one that wants to raise the bar, I would say, is the way that looks on forward here at V1. If you know or no, big shout out there to the Old School Wrestling podcast. So, Jarkko Jilha and I believe Mika Keski-Korpi back together again. Inseparable, these two. Can't have two Finns going at the same time, can you? Jarkko looking to set this up. Mika Keski-Korpi Trying to get back to that door. Oh, he definitely was there and still trying to fight it, but oh, he had to really fight for the grip that's available and not really finding much. He's been struggling to get them to last 2 runs. That's Mika Keski-Korpi. I argue you only need 1 run on a set of tyres. Bolt a new set of tyres on. Go for it again. Pray for rain at the next round, or the Sunday round that comes on forward. Because if you do get the rain to come along, you don't need the tyres to last. Well, they will naturally last longer because you're going with less top speed. You're putting less energy into the tyres, and so they hold for longer. And you've got cold water cooling them down, which isn't heating them up and expanding the tyre as much. You get a real difference as far as it goes. Wet drifting compared to dry drifting out there. Back to line, back to set. Charlie Luo. Looking to give this one in the 918 a very strong go from Long Feng in China. 33 years of age in that GT86. Can't get it to drift there through OZ2. And again, it's not biting at OZ3. Look at it, having to really fight. Now gets a little bit too much. Fighting again too much. Very tough to tell what's going on there. Maybe it's the angles that aren't playing. Look at it. Discarded a massive amount of rubber to begin with. So I wonder whether something's gone down flat maybe potentially with one of the tyres. Give me a go again. Not quite playing ball. Okay at this stage in practice. Brian Chen had a wonderful welcome round where he walked all the way to top 4 from a very low starting seed position. Sort of driver who needs time to understand what the car's doing in order to get the best out of it. Likes to ease into competition. Can leave you vulnerable. 0-2 on the side of the car. Tyre off. By a fair margin, has to be said. That was a big tyre off. OZ2 looks a lot better. Dancing on the line. Like one of Michael Jackson's jackets, dancing on the line. And the cones scattered everywhere. As now, here comes another right-hand piece of machinery, the 76 of Sebastian Fontaine. Not in the purple, but in the blue, black and white. Trying to get it to grip up. Oh, he's a big angle drifter. And he loves the amount of angle he can chuck into a car like this. Holds it middle. Gives it some to get into OZ2. Hit those marks of dream. OZ3. Got it slow right up. Okay, that's what... Oh, it's 2 tyres. Wouldn't have gotten that for ITG1. But look at that for level. He wants to get it as sideways as he can. If he can find 89 degrees consistently, he would hit it. And say, that's my drift, and I'm sticking with it. Confidence is key. And this is why you use practice, and you use a lot of it. And it's why you give yourself many opportunities. Kevin Lam going once again for 0 mileage lubricants, NUO, ZMGCT. This is the 0 mileage part of the team. Oh, really having to give himself work to get it around. Having to fight on that handbrake. Gave it the what for. I agree with the music here. What's Giga? Pushing through. OZ2. Low on the line. Not much you can do about that, except drive it in deeper. Then that was a nice amount of angle, and enough to get it back, and enough to get it back again and hold it about 30, 35 degrees. You'd take that. You'd take that. It's a nice little attempt that's put itself on into play. Fontaine having a good old chat there with his dedicated pit crew. He's a quote-unquote engineer with him, just trying to calm him and say, look, it's this, and we're happy with that, as we are going to set on up. We're going to take a little look then around this car, this 76, and hold steady. But we're going to move over to one side for just one moment. There'll be more action coming up here with you and the Royal Drift Series in just a little bit.
Three, two, one, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦！其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。
这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！ 其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利杀到内线能不能顺利出完？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 Royal Drift Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is Royal。
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered, and one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
Welcome back to V1 Auto World here in Tianjin. We are we're in betwixt Beijing and Tianjin at this moment as we get more out to go and get their drifting fun sorted in practice. The last chances before qualifying gets itself started tomorrow. So a real chance then to set up what is necessary for your runs, for your teams, for everything that you go out there and work with. A lot of joy about how fun this circuit looks like. Very tough on the chasers who are disadvantaged as far as they go. That Corvette back in the garage then for the likes of Jule, who is looking at that going, okay, let's get ourselves a little look then over, because you got the likes of Mika Keski-Korpi's machinery there, Kevin Lamb as well, just happy to see that work sorted. And we should be seeing that Mercedes SLS out at some point for a bit more running. And I tell you what, it is always a dream to see Zhang Xinqian's Mercedes SLS out there. Up forward though, first, it is going to be then a look over with the 1086X on the side, the 27 of Hu Wenhao, who is going to be there running for 1087 in bright purple. 1087X, a little bit disappointed with their first round of the championship teams-wise, coming to today 5th place overall and a little bit far away for their liking. So they're hoping that they're going to find an uptick in terms of their form and say, right, we want to go out there for it. GT86 being run, or a ZN6, however you want to go and put it on the docket. And let's get the second half of your Friday afternoon sorted. Oh, all the cones go flying at OZ1, and then subsequently you miss OZ2, and you try and fight it back at OZ3, and you carry too much speed at OZ3 over the curb at ITG2. My, oh my, what a scruffy start. Whew. That was one to ruffle the feathers, and there's ruffling them, and then there's chasing them away. And that might have slightly chased them away, unfortunately. They've flown off, and Hu Wenhao basically saying, right, I'll show everybody, and showed everyone that it can be a little bit scary at times when you go out there and drift, and you're over-pushing, you're over-committing, and it's only a small over-push there, about 2.5 meters. Makes all the difference sometimes. Now the other 1087s, Echo Gao, the 919, then chasing Tianjin on home soil there. Technically, this is very much a Beijing-based team home round. And Tianjin Put it in slow-mo, nowhere for Echo to go, just loses all momentum. They're trying to get that one to set back up. Jule from Tianjin knows just about everybody here. Xian getting it all sorts of sideways under the bridge, looking to kick it about. Oh, and Echo gives it everything to slow it down to the point where there is absolutely nothing left to give on it. Didn't need to throw that much angle in, but maybe was thinking, look, I've got to get it stopped or I'm going to run into my teammate. Better safe than sorry on a car that is severely underpowered compared to its competition. Echo has got to drive absolute rims off of her machinery if she wants everything that she is capable of doing. She's not going to be able to run at Nick Bow. She's got a scheduled clash, so needs every point she can get her hands on. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit problematic out there. The 89 of Ken Chen waiting in that Nissan Silvia S15. Guy's built very much someone who likes to wrestle with the car out there and has the muscle to do so. 918 out there. This is Charlie Luo then, who is going to be putting it in on play for Marvy. Ooh, that's a bit deep. They're going to have to be very careful about that and actually decel a lot earlier than they think. They might have had a mark from earlier on today that they are quite happy with. I think they're all slowly finding out there is so much rubber that has been left over the course of the 2 days that you are going to have to slow a lot more than you think you do. Look, doesn't get it to a long side quick enough, and day late and $1 short to get that one to ITG1. That internal touch and go, inside touch and go. Really trying to navigate that with a lot more than what there was there. Very tough. I'll correct myself in saying that's Kevin Lee in the Nissan Silvia rather than Charlie Luo. We saw Charlie Luo earlier. Kevin Lee. They're next to each other on the list, 910 and 918. And it shows how jet-lagged I am. Right, Johnson Chen by way of Los Angeles, California. Ken Chen leading on this run, giving what he can to say, I am going to be absolutely on it. From Shanghai. It's lovely from Ken, pulling away at the end. So, gap early. Tries to bring it back at OZ2. It's on the line from Ken, which is beautiful to see. Johnson then takes a look at it here at OZ1. Okay, there is a tyre dip and a tyre dip. And then it's perfect for ITG3. Still think there was more. Still think there was more. And the patience required. As now we get Sam Chia, we get Wang Fun Li there going. So Li Wen Fun will be next up on the docket. The #1 car. Doraemon's waiting to get this one launched on his own. Li Wen Fun missing OZ1, gets back at OZ2. Lots of angle being thrown, really trying to get it to stop. And it does stop, and it needs to go again. Oh, that was a stutter step and a half, wasn't it? They're going through the technical areas. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the slide. Look at the poise. Get it stopped. Oh, it just didn't want to hook, and then you needed the handbrake to just grab it around again. Oh, you don't often get to see that one. Normally, those runs die out there. The fact that that one kept going, I think, is a minor miracle. Well done, even fun. Look at that. And you're going to see a lot of different personalities in terms of how drivers drift come out here in this course, because you've got speed, abundance to burn that you can chuck it down and say, look, I'm going to go. Now we're going to set ourselves into sights with that number 35. Sam Tian going to go for it and really going to say, look, my E46 is going to wake up, has moved away from his Skyline R35 that was having ECU issues at Tianjin. pretty decent stuff. Big block on the front of it, sets it apart from everything else. Maybe a little over push there at OZ3. Hitting the marks fine there through the ITGs. Oh, wheel dip off the back would be 2 points gone. You've got to be so careful not to dip off because it is such a quick course. Any small mistake, it looks like a big mistake, and any big mistake looks like a massive mistake, and any massive mistake is a race ender. It's a run ender. Don't want any of that as it goes. We take a little look then at how points could effectively stack in terms of run. So you'll see line, angle, commitment, fluidity, and pace all going to be shown in the various guises. Artyom Shabanov then giving chase right now and really trying to hunt against that number 74 that is really saying, right, I want to run. He is European Championship leader in Drift Masters, Pavel Korpelinski, ladies and gentlemen. These two had a fight in Super Top 4 in Tianjin, where Artyom Shabanov came out on top. Always has a knack of hitting his line, Artyom. He is honestly metronomic the way he goes about his action. And Pavel gives it absolutely everything in his own space. And, you know, you are seeing Drift Royalty in practice. They're giving this one away for free. They could be up against each other again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day after that, if they so wanted to. Oh, lovely stuff. Just lovely stuff to see those two out there and looking to try and perform. Back to the top of the order, who and how. Give it some more. And say, I want in, I want to show everyone what I'm about. And some drivers will use their runs in different ways. Some will be looking at, what's my goal? To get into top 32. How do I get into top 32? I qualify for top 32. What do I need to do? I need to practice my qualifying, my solo runs, to help me get better at what this course is about. And others will turn around and go, well, I can get into top 32 with the way I'm currently drifting, but how do I want more than top 32 points? I go into tandems. I practice with people on the tandems and make sure that that all sets up. Who and how, very low at OZ2. OZ3 is over the line, trying to gather it back. Yeah, gets there. ITG1 over the mark, ITG2 over the mark, ITG3. Oh, you can probably do that. You're going to drop a few points. I don't think you want to drop a few points, but you're going to drop a few points. Who and how? Just got to get a little later on that transfer, and we're talking about, what, 0.2, 0.3 of a second? It's that much travel at the speeds they're going. It's a difference maker. And it is a heartbreaker when you miss zones. 12 points on offer if you miss all of them. 12 points at this level. That could easily be 10 places. Right, Kaitak on the lead. Number 12 of Ørjan Nilsen by way of Bergen in Norway. Giving himself every opportunity. He was going to go on to a sabbatical year, was Ørjan Nilsen, but then this opportunity came up with Marvi. And he said, no, I'm going to jump in and give this one. Forget my sabbatical. I'm going to go out drifting here in Tianjin. Kaitak giving it a nice line. Ørjan gets to the door at OZ2. Loses the ground at OZ3, and then suddenly you're finding yourself having to do all the work to get it back. You're having to just cut line, and then, you know, Kaitak Ho is just pulling away. Ørjan Nilsen just couldn't carry the speed out of OZ2, really. Maybe got it in with a little bit too much angle and really didn't do that much hope. And we'll be seeing here whose hope is going to be found when their points are tallied up. And they all look around and say, okay, that's what I'm about. Vernon, Stepan, Stas, Dania, they're all there. Oh, Zhang Senchen. Get me my SLS Mercedes out there and drifting. Give me my SLS Mercedes. I love it. Love to see it. Love more of it. And now, more to it. They're going to go. So you'll see over the course of running, when we get through to qualifying tomorrow, that you'll know who's in and around and who is scoring what by their criteria of run 1 and run 2. And it'll get you to some form of an end result. And you might see it be that order. You might not. You might be lucky in terms of that with Seb Fontaine there in 4th position. Only way you find out is by tuning in tomorrow with us here on the Royal Drift Series YouTube channel, or wherever you are finding your action out there. Massive following over in China, which you can find on the likes of Bilibili, on Douyin, Redbook. You can find us on Instagram. You can find us on Facebook. You can find us wherever you get amazing drifting action going on forward. So, Zhang Senchen, a tiger at Tianma, had to go through 3 OMTs just to make it over into top 4. Never give up attitude from him. Had a chance to chat with him earlier on yesterday, and I brought that up. How many OMTs do you want? He went, none. I don't want any. I'm sick of them. I don't want to look at them. I don't want anything to do with them. And now looking for a way to have a go forward and say, I'm going to have my run next. A little bit of communication there with the stewarding team. Leaf blower in the cockpit. We've got to love a bit of cold air and circulation that goes through, especially at these times. What a lovely BMW that sits there. The blue and the yellow and the black, the grey chrome, well, not chrome, carbon fibre-ish style colours that are there roaming around the back of the car. Getting an indication there for Hu Mingzhe that this is going to be a chance to go and have a good old look at this run before Echo Gao, she gets her other end of the stick run with Tianjin, who is looking to try and give chase. It's the marker quality on the back of that car there through the parcel shelf window. And I would look at that and say, yeah, at the moment in the championship, Tianjin for 1087X, he is the marker quality for them. Did score the most points out there for 1087X, who are 6th in the championship. 89 points available, 52 for Echo Gao, 42 for Zhang Zhenhe. So, Hu Mingzhe up next. Looking to try and just give it a little bit of what for. A bit of garnish on the dressing. Let's go. Engage it out into OZ13222. You take that. Second one, 1 noughts across the board. And then now you've got to try and compensate here at OZ3. Overcook it, miss ITG1. Get it back at ITG2. Wheel over at ITG3. The touch and goes, proving a little bit touchy and gone in terms of points. Good effort, but not quite enough, I would say, to feel comfortable with the run. Look at it, built up skyscrapers in the background. Giving it every single thing that you possibly can. It's about learning, it's about finding what works, finding what doesn't. You use the run for one style of run, that's one thing. If you don't get the other, it's not. Now, Zhang Senchen would have loved to have gone in his Supra. I think he actually prefers his A90 Supra. But he elects not to because he takes pride in knowing that this is going to be needing smooth input. And he is smoother out there in that SLS Mercedes. And he's up against Leo Schneider, who will be going around in his JZX80. Now, at the welcome round, they went double OMT, these two, so they're going to get their practice in now. Zhang Senchen can't get it across the way he needs to. Covers it off well. Leo just sliding into understeer, couldn't get it to bite back. And basically, I'd look at that as very important info. Leo gets to the door, tries to get across, and basically he has to throw in over 90 degrees of angle just to stop it from going in the side of a car that's worth about $500,000 US. That would have been race car upside down, expensive. He made contact there. Leo just trying to give himself every inch of room. This will be a perfect angle of it. Oh, give it some beans. Zhang, you need to get it out the corner. You can't lollygag it there forever. Nice stuff. Liu and Feng waiting now as another run goes by. You can see here from this wonderful camera on top of the spotters building that takes a good look over at OZ2, OZ3, where the drivers enter from what is normally the exit of turn 2 here at this wonderful V1 Auto World circuit. Has seen the likes of F4, Chinese F4, who's been and come along around here. It's an FIA Grade 2 circuit at full length, where the layout that we're running is FIA Grade 3, which is through the PDEC layout, the Professional Drivers E-Circuit, 1.55 miles or 2.5 kilometers. Liu and Feng drifting it out there. We've also seen Porsche Carrera Cup Asia hosted here. Clio Cup China back in 2019 has been around, has gone through. That record, by the way, in a Mygale M21 F4 car. Josh Feng, 153.792. Liu and Feng getting a nice rundown in on the board. They go all the way around to the rear of the circuit. Look it round, and look at that, 350Z in play. Shen Qiang from Tianjin, hometown boy, going out there and lifting off of that drift then. Not happy after the second part. Pavel versus Artyom, the roles reversed. Lead for the, quote, boss of all bosses. A chase for the European Championship leader, Pavel Korpelinski. Korpelinski in a Sylvia S14. That's a cone, Artyom. That's not going to do you many favours. Always seems to put lots of smoke down in his Supra. OZ3, get it to hook, and does so. Korpelinski actually doing a wonderful job to stay at the door. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Judges might use that in their briefing materials to say, this is what we want from you. We want you to get close to the door. We want you to find ways to follow. And look at Pavel Korpelinski, never more than 2 car widths behind at any one time. Leaves enough room. Look how aggressive he is on these transfers. He is a marvel out there. An absolute marvel, Pavel Korpelinski. Showing it there with Artyom Shabanov, who, by the way, the season opening race, the championship, round 1, Shanghai Tianma, got 99 out of 100 in qualifying. That guy can qualify better than most in the world. Struggle to find people who can qualify better than him. So, we're keeping a close eye on what everyone's going to be capable of doing as you take a look at our brand new graphics package here from round 2 onwards. And it looks absolutely amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Not much more that you can say, except we got some amazing coverage coming up, lined up. Qualifying to book your place into the all-important top 32 cut. For everyone to get ready, for everyone to say, hey, look, this is what we're all about. Lots of Marvy guys out there, a Toyota XE10 for Shanghai, or an Altezza then that is ready to go into play. Altezza, Zhang Hao, looking to prove that he's got drive, was unable to go out there, broken engine completely broken engine as he fights against the 9-10 teammate of his in Kevin Lee. Kevin, Nissan Silvia S15, looking a lot more composed than he had been after he had to run into some pretty stiff competition of his own regard out in top 32 to Pavel Korpelinski. The reason why Marvi is down at the bottom of the team's championship on just 41 points. So, big gap for Kevin Lee, straightened up a mile. Somehow, ooh, bumper's broken. On the front, snapped straight down the middle. Very much as if you've got your gum shield and you accidentally left it in the hot water slightly too long, you bent it and suddenly, ooh, the plastic not looking well. Leo Schneider and Jungsin Chen. Oh, it was very narrow there from Leo Schneider. He had to do the world's work to avoid getting caught up in it. Roles reversed. And now the Chen's at it. Ken Chen, Johnson Chen, no relation. Ken Chen on the lead, Johnson Chen on the chase. Chun Li on the side, and a look at what Royal Drift Series is all about then, as we take a little look at Zheng Hao and what he can do. Isn't that apt in terms of how it scores the points there? At the welcome round, Zheng Hao won qualifying on a score of 90.5. Wet weather conditions. Pavel looking over at Artyom Shabanov. Do you want another go? Before they get that, Liu and Feng will have to have a chance to go out there next and have another go. Getting that geared up and working through on the south side of the circuit. Giving it tail. Slightly too much there at OZ2. It's narrow, so only one's at OZ3. Oh, doing everything it could to hold the mark. Line would be a little bit to be desired there through the TGs, the ITGs, the inside touch and goes. But ultimately, that's very serviceable as a run. I'd be happy with that as a banker run in my qualifying session. The fact you can do that in practice means there's refinement room. I think Dortmunds are going to be very happy. Not running in the team's championship, so this is just a case of what the solos can do. And individual success prioritised over the team success for Liu and Feng. In the number one BMW M2 is going out there and proving what it's all about. Now, Artyom, your turn next. Are you going to be followed in tow, or are you just looking to go on your own? Get a little bit more understanding of this circuit, the intricacies, what makes it tick. We will see the red flag looking to be deposited back. No need to call that out just yet. Good old Q down there. Going back 6 or 7. And we will hold until we get action. So Artem Shabanov will go once again, getting more experience here with Pavel Korpelinski. Time up versus Rydans, top two in the team's championship, and these two were expected to go battle 1 and 2, and they ended up, in terms of where they were looking championship points-wise, 5th and 6th. Look at that. Trying to get it to settle up. Pavel just chucks it. He just knows how to get there. That's the key. It's set up. You have to sacrifice, I think, your chance at TG1 or ITG1. Another cone going. Goodness me, Artem Shabanov is cutting it so fine on his transition when he initiates. I look at that as very interesting. And then you can actually see at the top of the tower, that's where all the judges, judges and cherry picker at turn 3, all of the spotters are there, and the drivers will ask their spotter, how am I doing? What do I need to focus on? What do I need to look at? Tire dip there at the finish for Artem Shabanov. Has to be careful of that. So much you got to think about. Am I getting my range right? Am I going down the gears quick enough? Am I getting everything to react the way that I need to? This should be one of the drivers over at Crown Champion Speed Sports. Then this should be Chun Chi-Long, who will be next up on it for the number 26 in the BMW E92. Oh, out in the weeds. The marbles, the clag, the dirty stuff out there. A lot of drift there. A lot of fun drift. Couple more finding their tandem on our little look around. And so, next up to have another go, Humanship. Really saying, let's get some angle in. Two's hit a dream. Oh, you can almost miss the paint now over at OZ2. They'll need a refresh of that before tomorrow. Nice. Mark's hit nicely. He'd be very happy about the end result out of that. And it looks like Lee Song-yang for 0 mileage lubricants. Nuoyu GC ZM Racing Team next. This is part of the ZM Racing Team branch. ZM, of course, standing for 0 mileage. And there is Lee Song-yang. Looking to be happy in that F87 2JZ. Haven't picked up that cone though, so they're going to have some work. The LED light boards, 3 reds and a green. Green indicates you can go, and go does Lee Song-yang. Now, looking to give it all. Oh, 3s and a 2. 3s across the board. Lee now needing to fight that one. That stayed a little bit too shallow and low. One tyre dips off a no-go zone. Nice. That would definitely get you into top 32, maybe even to the top half of the bracket with a result like that. Very good look then at what has come before. 2 Marvy drivers now looking to battle it out together. Orion Nielsen on the left, Zhang Hao on the right. On his day, Zhang Hao can go out there and mince it with the best. And then awaiting just beyond after that, champion speed sports DRS drifting team Chen Qilong will be looking to try and go through. That is Ivan Pei by the looks of things. And so Ivan will not be in a position where he's going out with that at the moment. At Nissan Silvia Team Revolution S15. Looking to have an adjustment straps there. 5-point harness mandatory in motorsport now for closed cockpits. You can't just go with the old school seatbelt. You need the 5-point harness to keep you locked in and safe. So in the event of an accident, you're not thrown from the cockpit, getting concussions or anything of the like. Still understanding there. Mechanic to a little poke around there, the radiator, the block, all of that stuff there over at Doraemon's. No such worries though. Taking a look then, you'll see how many out of 10 you get, and the bar will indicate how close that is as we take a look at those first score results. Push on through, we'll see quite a fair few of those tomorrow as the sun duly begins its setting process earlier than most, I would say, around here at this east side of China. Sun sets relatively early because the sun rises relatively quickly out there. 8 hours behind Greenwich, 8 hours ahead, sorry, of Greenwich Mean Time. 9 hours ahead, sorry, Greenwich Mean Time, which will mean that as far as differences in time zone go, the entire country actually runs on one time zone, believe it or not, even though it could stretch through 4 different time zones compared to other countries in and around it. But everything syncs up then to Beijing, so it will mean that it'll be the same time if you get up a couple hours later, say for example for sunrise, a couple hours later for sunset. If you're over on the west side of the country, way, that's a lot of R35 going around there. Full 360 for Sam Chen. Seeing that one go wrong in a heartbeat. Let's have a look. Trying to kick it, trying to get too much out of it. It's not coming back when your tyres are out on the marbles. Would have done on a normal surface, or if that surface run happened yesterday, but not like that right now. It's now the turn of Luca Liu in BMW E92. Pink, silver and burgundy out there. Very interesting choice of colours. I wouldn't pick them myself, but they seem to go all right actually on the livery. Misses one zone there, ITG2. That would be 5 points were that to have missed. One tyre dips out through OZ1. Trying to get that transfer back at OZ2, did very well. OZ3, is this where the woes start? Well, hit the marks quite nicely there, nothing wrong with it. Just slow to transfer at ITG2. Only mistake, big mistake really at the run. There's a couple of misdemeanors that you can point out to. And this was Zhang Hao. Nice and slow. Getting the drive off in the slow-mo. So we'll be looking at more. Off the road, we see from Yuan Hao. Giving the hunt on. There is Ivan Pei. Into another gear, 2-2-3-3. maximum points scored at OZ1. Nice stuff at OZ2. Now we hit OZ3. Too narrow in. He's trying to stagger that one back out to gain some late points and get the transfer. One tire dipped off at ITG2. It's a nightmare situation, isn't it? Just trying to go through the motions. You're just trying to get yourself runs down. You dip a wheel, and it would say a theoretical -5. Never helpful, never useful. Pavel Korpelinski waits on for an opponent. And hopefully would have organised something in the garage where it would be, yeah, I'll be your opponent. Talk to someone at length. Ken Chen and Johnson Chen back at it again. Those two very friendly with each other, despite having the unfortunates of having their garages for this weekend running being opposite sides of the complex. Johnson Chen and Leonid Schneider will go again. Leo on lead. Johnson Chen following. Oh, that's early, Zhang. Leo Schneider will be happy about that. Takes a big line, doesn't get drive, Zhang gets right back. Yeah. Good sight up found at this point. And yeah, your eyes don't deceive you if you're out there watching in YouTube land. You are absolutely seeing a Mercedes SLS AMG drifting in competition spec. Don't you just like competition here in Royal Drift Series? Let's listen into some more runs and hear the sounds and sights of Tianjin. a live look at Matskevich Kirill and his car underneath. Garage then being worked on. They've got themselves on the tray, walking or rolling, I should say, underneath to go and have some work done on it with jacks as they are. Lovely stuff on the left-hand side as we await Kaitak to go on this next run, and you'll get two different angles here of Kaitak looking to try and push and say, okay, I want to go. There is Leo Schneider back in the garage. Am I comfy enough to have another go? Going to jump out, disconnect from the radio, and see, is that exactly how I want to look at my wear rate on my rear left tyre that gets all the work at this circuit, because you have to stand on it at OZ3 to make it go into the next section. Rear is so important that they hold their ground, especially with all the weight being thrown onto it to set itself up going forward. More to hold with more to come along in terms of drifting content here with your Royal Drift series, as we'll be leaning into the Twilight Zone as they will continue on with their practice for another 40 minutes or so before completion. Absolutely demolishes the cone. Oh, giving it somewhat of it. Followed by Pavel Korpelinski, just about gives enough room. He's the only one, Pavel Korpelinski, I've seen be able to follow through that section and not just be left behind by a car length. It is amazing to see him out there. Kaitak just chucking it. Drone camera will tell you all you need to know. Takes a big wide line, arcs out any sort of pace, and then again, Pavel is there. I think one of the only ones to get there. And that will really show him instead in tandems if he's found the way to follow and everybody else is on the coattails. Really give him an advantage in that number 74 S15 Sylvia. More runs in play. Chen's at it, and Ken Chen being deposited a little bit there by Johnson Chen, who drops 2 on the exit but won't mind that. Lovely stuff. Next up, Lee Song-yang on the right, Artyom Shabanov on the left. Lee trying to gather it up. Artyom at the door handle. Oh, contact on the transfer into OZ3. That will have disrupted there at the front. That's done more than disrupt it, it's torn it. Artyom Shabanov, oh, and the back there looking second hand as well. Oh, Lee Song-yang. I'd love a replay on that. See where the fault would lie, or whether we call it a drifting incident. Artyom playing with fire on that transfer. Now you've got to leave the room, and he's just got so much there, he just doesn't have enough room to transfer it. And it's not late, it's not underpinned, it's not underhand from Lee Song-yang. That's the pace. Artyom's got trigger happy. And when you're up against someone who's slower than you have to really, really dial on back. And it's very tough for drifters to do that. It red flags the session. And we are going to have to wait for the tow truck to come along to pick it up. We'll talk to you in a bit. once we get this all sorted out and have more opportunity and time left in the session. Welcome back to Royal Drift Series. This is round 2 in your practice that is going about here from some amazing action here in Tianjin V1 Auto World. That's the contact then that set off the red flag period that we are currently under. And Artyom Shabanov and Lee Sung-yang coming together, ripping the front and the rears, respectively, off of each other on that contact. Just not giving enough room in the transfer to make all the difference. Now, I did just run in through the hallways into Mitch Lana, who had his engine go unceremoniously at the end of his run. He's not very happy about it. He was a little despondent and basically said, look, I've had to jump into the spare Beamer that we had, the yellow, black, and red one, and you know, he's had time in it, and he's hoping as we watch Artyom Shabanov get pulled back to the garage here at the moment. We've got to go all the way to the end for time up there. The first one's in as you see them as you get to Tianjin, and they've got a very, very lovely pit garage. Very, very professional as that gets towed all the way. And you're going to see that just roll off into the distance. But ultimately for Mitch Lana, he now knows that at best he is going to get his car with a new engine in it, or well, it's a second-hand engine in it, and everything else is going to be a little bit more troublesome from that point onwards. There is the 26. Oh, cones go. 4 of them go from Chun Jilong. OZ3 overcooks it. Gets a massive influx of grip back on the back entry. We don't like back entries in the Royal Drift Series, by the way. We don't score them. You 0 out for that. And from a lot of power to none at all. Maxime Grossman getting in on the action there. Oh, let's have a look, Artyom. How did that go? What went wrong for you, buddy? Can't believe there is damage to the front of that car. And they're going to have to do a little bit of work there over on it. Nice little view on in. Doing it for the gram. Because why else would you do it? Doing it for the gram, championship leader Maxime Grossman. So, everywhere. It went everywhere. What happened? It went everywhere. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I got close, and I got too close, and he went everywhere. I don't need to be someone who's well-versed in psychology and body language to understand exactly how Artyom Shabanov probably feels at this moment in time. Probably not feeling too great about a wrecked race car, especially a very beautiful red and black Supra like that one. Right, smoke plenty being thrown up from those practicing Echo Gao in the waiting wings with Tianjin just behind. They're happy at 1087X that they want to have another go out there as they sit looking at the garage and how much pulling of parts there that they're going to have to do. Get that away as soon as they possibly can from the critical vital elements of the car. Pulling it away using a rubber hose by the looks of things, just to make sure you can pull it out. Anything else that is particularly damaged, they want to try and avoid. Tianjin on the left, Echo Gao on the right she is, as she does a multiple championship effort over the course of this season. Tianjin, hometown hero, will be looking to try and replicate the successes that put him to top 16. Echo, just a tire dip. Be very careful about it. It's going to be very high up on the range. Going to have to be looking at that gearbox. You want to be probably on a course like this, 4 or 5 speed rather than a 6 speed. Catch that off the exit, nice and clean from the 1087X drivers. Now. Looks like we'll get the 234 Nissan 350Z out there and into position, which will be Shenqiang. On his own, looking to try and guarantee a top 32 run. Not enough pace there through OZ1. Can't then get the angle then for OZ2. Oh, it's just a fight. That massive rear spoiler is there to keep the rear planted. And ultimately, every time it steps out, the rear spoiler comes back and just throws the grip back down. It would be all right if it had more power in it, because then it would have that ability to just hold its margin. Oh, look at that. Kevin Lee in a big scrap out with Pavel Korpelinski. Oh, 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 it's practice, lads. Look at this. Woo. Oh, Kevin Lee. Woo. Watch out, buddy. It's top 32 from Tianjin all over again. Let me get some practice. Look at that. Woo. Catch it on the super slow-mos. Pavel Korpelinski, never more than half a car width away from any vital part there, right on the rear tyre. Oh. Oh. And then having to fight because Kevin Lee transferring his marks really nicely, just a little too far over at ITG3. Chunjilong next up, and waiting alongside is Sam Chen, who will not go and will wait for his turn. So gear it up, Chunjilong, 1 tyre over at OZ1. 2.5 tyres over at OZ2. Oh, so early. And that's going to be a mile deep, and they say you cut the course, you have to slow down and give up the time game to go and get that back. That is a cut track, and all 4 off, and you would be zeroed out for that in qualifying. Thank goodness you're not right now, because it's practice. You can have infinite amount to go so long as you can get around before the timer expires. Keep yourself on with that. So, everyone practically waking up and seeing just how much hard work and dedication has gone into the amazing action that we are seeing here from V1. Oh, that's a bumper that has been ripped off the front. Disassembly begins to get a brand new one on. I think this is going to be more than just getting out the quote-unquote flex tape to go and fix that together. You got to look for structural damage first and foremost. If there is any structural damage there in the frame, then obviously you have to replace that. Cannot go with any structural damage in the frame. It is so dangerous and unsafe. Didn't look like any from the glance, so Kevin Lee get another chance to go on his own. Look at how it sits. Oh, he's got so much more poise than he did at the opening round a month ago. I'm loving this Kevin Lee. Yeah, give me more of that Kevin Lee. That's a Kevin Lee that can challenge for top 8. Tianjin on the lead, Echo Gao on the chase. OZ2 looking nice. Now head over to OZ3, where it's just over the top. Echo gets it back into position. Echo's going to struggle through that section and away. Tianjin just pushing it over slightly. Shang Sen-chun in that SLS AMG. Woo! Yeah, we like that. We absolutely like that through OZ1. Into OZ2. 2-2-2. You can take that maximum point slightly over. That's nice. Oh, Zhang! You're starting to sing a tune that I think many people are going to like. Right. Huminche next up. Artyom Shabanov back in the car. No helmet on as of yet. I'm sure that will come on next, with all of the bells and whistles that will follow on with that. It is so hot in the cockpit. It is so hot. It will be over 50 degrees in some of them. You just got to spend time getting there. Now we're seeing here what the team will be looking at. So Huminche leading out and looking very, very strong. getting through the gears, not really having to worry too much. Luca Liu left in the dust. And so, next up, give it everything you got. And then some. Leo Lee. Oh, fighting hard for it in Marvi colours, but not running in the teams for Marvi. They are full on their roster of 4. So Leo Lee, despite being with Marvi and staying in the Marvi tent, is not going to get much out there. Another chance then to look at that Nissan 350Z. Trying to mitigate all the power issues out there. Oh. This doesn't look like it's got anything to go for it. And it's a real shame, because if it had an extra 150, 200 brake horsepower, it would sing. It's got too much grip. And it's that rear spoiler. I think it's just got too much grip and not much power. Samtian. Nice. Get it through OZ3. One tyre over. Very shallow. It's going to take a miss. That is aggro. That is aggro. I actually like that. That is very aggressive. That is what we'd call a committed run through the ITGs. I like that from Samtian. I think he's going to be very happy with that, and if he can replicate that, he's going to be a very tricky character to go and stop if he makes it into top 32. Lee Sungjiang is repaired on the rear to an extent. Oh, well held, sir. I tip my cap to you. Well held. Very nice there in terms of that attempt. So, Kevin Lee on the left-hand side. Leo Lee looks like he will... Oh, Kevin can't slip it out that far without any pace in the pocket to go and work with. OZ3, oh, Kevin, you are so shallow. Try and do everything in your power. Give that back the path of the least resistance, but the gap already formed. Take another look. Zhang Hao, sorry there, with the broken front. Give him a gap and he'll run away. That, of course, the Zhang Hao way. Very good stuff. Very, very good stuff. 20 minutes left of practice before qualifying tomorrow will kick itself off from a local time of around 9 o'clock. So enjoy it if you want your incredibly early morning, your incredibly late night, wherever you are around the world, having a watch of this amazing drifting content. The number 1, Li Wenfeng, pushing it about here in practice, just about clipping the marks. Line will be to be desired, and the pace will then immediately dip off a cliff if you start dropping that far, and so those would be 10 points that you wish you'd have back. Keep it in your pocket, save it for a rainy day. Spend them wisely. Dot shallow, and then over carry the speed, trying to get it back. The moment that you start over pushing, over trying at ITG1, it affects ITG2, ITG3, and you have to wait till ITG4 to go and gather it back up again. So it makes life tougher, makes it difficult. Get OZ3 and ITG1 correct. Life's a dream. You don't get them correct. It's a very scruffy run. There's no in between. Tianjin, oh, Echo. Get back. And again, Tianjin missing ITG1. Starting to become a trend. So desperate to get it in with pace and to go through what is a very tough deceleration zone, it has to be said. Never easy. It's just falling the wrong way. I mean, look, it looks nice. It looks very nice at OZ2. There's where the unicorns turn to horses. Just misses the the mark. It's well gathered back. Get the pace up nicely. Just incredibly, incredibly difficult to go and get anything of worth. Ken Chen and Yvonne Pei going out there. There's Lee Song Yang's number 31. Repaired. Yvonne Pei giving it a lot of sideways. Ken Chen a little slow to react, so he's going to have to try and follow. Oh, Ken! Oh, Ken's off. Big hit for Ken Chen trying to chase that. Has gone into the tyres. Oh, Kenny, look at that. Back hanging out. That's a big old hit. Trying to chase it in, hoping it hooks up with forward momentum rather than getting it to turn the other way. And that's indicative of carrying too much speed in. Really, coming in from this far back to try and chase that gap down, at some point you just have to lift off and say, is it worth it in practice? That's the difference between the goods and the greats. They know when to dial it back. They know when not to get involved. We saw it earlier with Maxim Grossman and Matskovic Kirill. Both of them backed out and said, look, I don't want to get involved in an incident. Because with what, 20 minutes left in the day, you're not going to get any more practice time, and neither will anyone else. It's finally going to get out, and they're going to get the tow truck out. Yeah, hands on the hips there. Almost a case of I don't want to get out, I don't want to assess the damage. It is absolutely massive. Ken. Not great. Back with more. Ken Chen. His practice over and done with. As we see the cars get loaded, and hands on hips there for Ken Chen. a chance for us to step aside for just one moment. We're back with more after this.
Three, two, one, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦！其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。
这一次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利杀到内线能不能顺利出弯？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 World Drift Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is World。A live look at the slow recovery back to pits. It's going to take away through the karting circuit by the looks of things to get back to home for Ken Chen. Such is the way of an incident like this one occurring. The flatbed having to be called to extricate Ken from a very, very nasty situation there. A lot of damage then to the car. And still a lot more that needs to be done to go and deal with. Drivers waiting are desperate to get their run sorted. They know that they are under very limited time constraint right now, that they've got maybe only 10 minutes. So that's going to leave them with, what, one run, maybe two if they're lucky. So this is coming at late in the day, and it is not going to be doing any favours for anybody that gets caught and gets involved. And they don't want to see their last chance to practice robbed away from them late on in the session on an incident. Nobody does. But that is sometimes the way that drift events happen, and sometimes you do try and push the limit, and you do get burnt sometimes. So it is a part of what we do. and these drivers have to adapt and overcome. Just like what we noted earlier on with Mitch Lana having to have the new engine change now that has to be put in, which is a shame for some of the fans of Mitch Lana who have come out in their force over in YouTube chat land to say, look, we want to give this one absolutely everything. And there's a live look pulling over to the garages. And no cars being allowed back out, which indicates to me that anyone who is out there, that is your last attempt by the looks of things, and no one else is going to get out and get one more go in on the books. So, a needle pulling thread. Not great. And there's a lovely look. At least not too far here for Ken Chen's car, because they are in one of the last boxes in this, so far so that actually goes beyond the main buildings here and into the secondary, and so will be pulled over to the right-hand side in order to go and have a look. And we'll see a look at the side here. Look at that. That is suspension. Pretty damaged there. All of the casing. Got to be worried whether you can put it all in the fuel cell properly as well. That's going to take a lot of work over from Shanghai Apex lot. They're not going to be too pleased, I wouldn't have thought, seeing all that they've got to do late in the day. Such is life, though. And so they'll pull that off and go, right, to work. Let's get to work. Roars of engines as they look to try and set themselves up for their final runs, as we are labelled in right now on my clock with about 5.5 minutes to go before end of session, if they are allowed a run at the end of session. And so, very animated. You can see there one of the wonderful cars in display, one of the BMWs, the 46 Amica Keski Corpis, their BMW out there. Taking a lot of learning, a lot of understanding to get up to speed, and I would say Mika Keski Korpi is up to speed right now with what that BMW is capable of. Taking a look there at that roll bar, and just trying to place something in there by the looks of things. Didn't quite catch what media was looking for. I'd assume it's a camera. They're looking just to get all on in and say, look, we'll have this shot for promotional material, we'll have this shot for what's upcoming. With a very lovely live... Oh, that's a great look underneath there. Look at that. Look at that underneath the car. How much it's all shifted. Oh, dear. Looks superficial from the outside, which is positive to say the least. Anything structural will go a long way, but they'll be looking at the right side there, the suspension, the brake calipers, you know, the tyre itself. They'll look at all of that. Hope there's no cracks in it, and that will be a long repair. Definitely wouldn't want that, as that's put down onto terra firma. And the next question being, let's get it on jacks quickly so we can reel that one on in. So, Ken Chen's incident late in the day, putting a little bit of a dampener for those who are looking for more runs. As we see the light beginning to fade. Shadows casting longer there. You can see our cameraman Shadow there. Zoom on in. Hold the piece. Look at that. All that exposed work there. The axles. Yeah, the pull rods, push rods, suspension. You name it, the full works. All there. Normally hidden behind that piece of fender that at the moment is being half used to try and work out where it goes. I think that's actually just the side panel piece. Oh dear me. Oh, he's got something to drink. Keep hydrated. There's the look. Try to get it back. It's also out there on the marbles. Woomph. A lot of energy dispersing. Now this is the perfect camera angle for it. Bang! Just out of the shot. And here from the aerial perspective, rear first, but technically side-on contact, which is better than if you just back it in. Because then if you backed it in, you'd have a larger crumple zone.
That would be a lot worse in terms of the energy that would be dispersed in the incident. So a lot less energy that has effectively gone everywhere. It's absorbed, it's nose then front. Front, I think, got away with that one a lot more. Maybe there's a little bit of a something there with that front right headlight. But they're going to have a drag. Try and wiggle it around. Get it into the garage. Ken sometimes spends his time in Brighton. Out there, has a home in the UK. Very nice chap to talk to. Ultimately, though, car's going to need a lot of work tonight in order to get itself into a ready form, as they will push. Try and get that all in. Heave-ho. Hopefully it'll be there in time for tomorrow morning. And the half dozen cars, maybe 2/3 of a dozen, that want to run. And whether they'll get a chance to, I don't know what the clerks of the course are going to be allowing at this point with 2 minutes to go. Whether they can or not. Champion Speed Sport DRS. A little bit of a change there. Having a little look at that. Interesting. But Kevin Lee is waiting patiently. Leo Schneider is. Artyom Shabanov is. Pieces being thrown there by Ken Chen. Having a good old look. I told you he was built. Built like a rugby player with that top body muscle. So, green flag is there. I think you can only send them round once, if at all. Kevin Lee. Let's see how it goes. Tyres will be cold as anything after being held stationary for so long. So, one more go. Give it what you can here in practice, because the next run after this one, it'll be your qualifying. Door open to keep the heat out for Kevin Lee. Are you ready, bud? Here he goes. Giving a big old slide as he works in towards OZ1. Oh, lovely on the line. Now into OZ2, hits the marks a dream there as well. Oh, Kevin Lee. Slightly over OZ3, trying to get it to come back. It does. Lovely. Oh, nice run. You wait. Oh, that's... Oh, 2 tyres. Tyre dips out. TG4. Right, Leo and Artyom. Artyom with no bumper. See the radiator fully exposed. Looking like a modified Supra into OZ3. It's modified. And Leo Schneider, oi, is going to go around. Half a round, was able to fight it back, but all the time in the world to come back. That was a big old hole. Let's take a replay, shall we? Shabanov proving nothing wrong with my car with the missing way. If anything, I'm lighter, therefore I'm faster. Into ITG1, both here. Leo, oh, he just went on him. Tried to get it to grip. There you go through OZ2. Look at that, a lot of correction work being done by Leo. And that's what they're trying to do, to put it back together again. Take the whole thing off. Go get some tape, maybe some glue. And let's put that bumper back together so we can have another go. Bonded together by the looks of things there. Get it to set. Look at that. Stitch work. Trying to put it back. Get a bit of cable tie, so to speak. Samchen. Evonpay. Samchen giving it a big old roar of VR38 engine. Oh, Evonpay trying to stay with him and does so. Nice transfer. Pace gone though for Evonpay. Lovely stuff. Echo
on the right, Tianjin on the left. Roaring back around. OZ1 looks great there from Echo. OZ2 maybe a little safe, but with the lack of power, really having to fight. Tianjin is so shallow, trying to find a line to chase this down. Does okay, coming over towards the line. And then I think, last one around, Pavel Korpelinski, I think is going to set the tune for how we finish things off. Lovely amounts of sideways. That's a little over there from Pavel. OZ3. Oh, ITG1, ITG2. Oh, Pavel. What a way to gather that one back. That is just the perfect ending to a run. Slightly over the mark, but Pavel Korpelinski, ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't make many mistakes. And that's why he's up there, challenging the likes of James Dean as someone who could be best in the world. God, look at this. Just the way, look at it. It's angle, it's speed, it's commitment, it's quintessential drift. And that's why he's a threat. Because he seems to have a way of making his Sylvia sing, where everyone else is struggling maybe to try and follow. The sight of the lonely marshal out there waiting for cars to come back into pit lane. What a wonderful job that these marshals do, ladies and gentlemen. They are sometimes the most thanked least of all the people who go out there, and the marshals do an incredible job, as do the likes of, say, the crews that are there, the fire engine that's on standby, the ambulances that are on standby, hoping that they don't have to get called. Leo Schneider then watching on then from his garage, just having a little chat with some of his time-up crew, saying this is how the car's behaving. I'm not too happy about it. It's very, very slide happy and at snap as well. So it's not like you can do too much to gather it back. And I think Leo's going to look at that and go, I've got a bit of a setup problem. It's not really doing what I want them. Yeah, okay, we'll try. We'll try and fix it. It's not quite being how you want it to be. I can totally understand. But yeah, what a day. What a day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here on YouTube for this, the Royal Drift Series and practice here that has concluded here on Friday. We will go with tomorrow for racing action. We will see you for qualifying here at V1.
3, 2, 1, action！
漂移我认为是一项很帅的运动。蹦蹦，哇！其实我们也非常欢迎这样的大型博主，然后参与到这个漂移运动当中来。
我认为漂移是更精彩的，因为它像 NBA 一样，它每一秒钟都会发生事情。这次也是哇，直接撞领先掉头，哇！
其实是为数不多见的拥有女车手的车队。
最厉害的点是因为我是女的呀，我是女生。
再折身过来，我们法拉利杀到内线能不能顺利出完？这一次是有总共超过有100万美金的奖金全年度。
它对我来说是一个巨大的挑战。
这就是 Wild Joke Series， 而这不过是一个漫长故事的开始。This is Wild。
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
All I do is